structure of the games, that the structure that they've had up until this point. We have a mission-based game with tapes. A game designed for handheld with a very different style, a very different approach. But a game that was still taken very seriously as the next mainline game. I think the team was like more or less the same size as the team that made 4, right? Just bear with me here for a second. We'll get into it. But yeah, I always see Peace Walker as like a kind of breath of fresh air after 4 in a lot of ways. You know, 4 was... It had all this controversy surrounding it. The developers had a fairly dysfunctional relationship with it. You know, Kojima, he never wanted to really make the game to begin with, wanting to leave the mysteries of 2 as mysteries. And the game has, yeah, all this sequel baggage. It tried to do so much, you know, tie up all the loose ends, keep everyone happy, and give the fans what they wanted. And while Peace Walker still has some sequel baggage, stuff even carrying over from 4, you know, because they feel the need to set up certain things for MGS4, even though it takes place earlier in the timeline. But yeah, I think 4, even with its sequel baggage, Peace Walker kind of feels fresh. Felt like they were more comfortable doing new things. They didn't have all these questions to answer. They didn't have all these demands. They were able to be a bit more free with what they wanted to do. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Yeah, one of the inspirations was Kojima's kid. Kojima's son was a Monster Hunter fan. Apparently, he was never really much of a Metal Gear fan. So Kojima said, hey, what if I make my son a Monster Hunter Metal Gear game? Maybe then he'll enjoy it. I don't think we ever found out what his thoughts were on Peace Walker, though. I wonder if he ended up enjoying it. But yeah, they even had a partnership with Capcom for this game, and you can do Monster Hunter missions. You can hunt Monster Hunter monsters in this. Let's do it. So we go back in time to the Big Boss timeline. 1974, 10 years after MGS3. First thing we're going to do is wait on this menu. Because if we do, we'll get a little intro montage scene. We should. There we go. Sweet. Love the Peace Walker main theme. Another thing to think about, you know, with regards to Kojima making the game for his kid and everything. I think in general, they knew that this game would be targeting a different demographic, it being a PSP game, a portable game. I think they were aiming to target a more Japanese audience and a younger Japanese audience. The PSP wasn't nearly as big in the West. And that's part of why we got a different Ground Zeroes cover in the West as well. And, you know, in Japan, Big Boss and Miller, they're both on the cover of Ground Zeroes. Over here, we never got that. We just got Big Boss on the cover because no one would know who Kaz was. They were afraid that people would see Kaz on the cover and be like, wait, hold on, who's he? Am I missing something? Yes, you're missing a game in the series that you never played. But yeah, I think, you know, like Chico's character in this game, I think a lot of his tapes and his dialogue are kind of inspired by the audience that they're aiming the game at. You know, just with some of the jokes and everything. We're going to start off with a new game first. Quiet wasn't on the cover of the Phantom Pain. It was just Snake. Maybe, I think the definitive edition had the whole cast of characters, but the standard cover was just Snake. What am I going to call myself here? Go for the classic, this guy. Gonna automatically be caps anyway, right? All right, now we're going to learn what happened in Portable Ops. Wait. That's it? That's the whole backstory before Peace Walker? Okay. All right, moving on. Poor portable ops.
Hey, boss! Wanna go around?
Here we go. So get ready for the greatest tutorial ever made. You're ready for some shouting. What happens if I just stop here? Will it eventually just
Look
cut?
alive, ladies!
Oh, yeah,
The
it
boss
just
is
cuts
gonna
to
join
it.
us! Show him how it's done, boss! Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking and how fast you can identify your targets. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight. To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now, when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down. Good. You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right. Good. Look left.
He's not teaching
Good.
me, by the way. I'm giving them an
With
example.
the left and right controls
I'm
now.
teaching them.
Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. You can change the controls anytime in options. Go with the method that works best for you. Next, I'll explain how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now! At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection. You have 3 stances: stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button. Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down.
What?
I'll say that again. What? You cannot move while lying down. Is
What?
that clear?
What? We can't move while lying down? In a Metal Gear game? We can't crawl?
Good. Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly. Tilt farther to run. Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful!
All right, we're going to teach them how to run, how to walk.
Good! Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running! Don't forget it!
Did I ever fuck the ground as I slowly crawled in MGS4? Yeah, all the time.
Boss, roll by tapping the crouch button while running with the left stick. Boss, roll by tapping the crouch button while running with the left stick. Boss, roll by tapping the crouch button while running with the left stick.
Does the dialogue change here? I don't think so.
Boss, roll by tapping the crouch button while running with the left stick. That's it! Next, I will explain how to attack without gunfire. You may run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Standard 3-hit combo.
Fine work, boss! Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Now, we'll move on to CQC. CQC,
Nice performance.
or Close Quarters Combat, refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press the attack button when the icon appears. Now, wait for my command and throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Standard CQC throw.
Fine work, boss!
Same controls as MGS3,
Next, I'm going to teach you
MGS4.
how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands. What you do from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
All right, standard restraint.
Impressive, boss!
Keep them held.
Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we will try CQC against multiple enemy opponents. You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by
restrain
pressing
throw
the
is a
attack
new
button near
ability.
them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command, restrain and then throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
New CQC. We didn't have this in 3 or 4. Aim in the direction of the other guy.
Fantastic!
There we go.
Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Just to make sure we know how to do it. One more time.
Fantastic! All right! Why don't we do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear.
You don't have to wait.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
You can just bash.
Fantastic! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
See. See.
Fantastic! And stop! That's it for today! Thank you, boss!
Snake!
What's going on, Kaz?
We've got guests.
Time to move.
Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley. I brought him. Made sure we won't follow. Thank you, Big Boss.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Vic Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
Here.
Ah, thank you. I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee.
So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the US.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The government's agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
No kidding. That's my name too. Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace. Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her, but somehow she managed to escape.
Oh, thank God.
She's huérfana. Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose. Please, get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
All right, we get our little opening. And now, our prologue, An Army Without Borders. Now we go back for our second tutorial, which is a little bit shorter than the last one.
Miller here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory.
Miller just
Use the
doesn't
left
stop
stick to
yapping
move.
here, so
Use the
get
right
ready.
stick to adjust your view.
Wexford, welcome back.
Change
Good
your
to see you.
settings. Use the start button to open the menu. There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice? Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the R1 button to fire.
He's the same at the start of Ground Zeroes. He
Select
just doesn't
equipment
shut
by
up.
pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. To check your map, press the start button to open the menu.
Excuse me. Yeah, we got our map. We got our communication. All our different options.
To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons. Then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
We already learned this on the beach, man. Come on. It's kind of cool how you can get this little animation, though, if you test it here.
The M16 is a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire.
If we switch to another weapon.
Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake? Use the L1 button
Yeah.
to ready throwing weapons. Once you've readied
What's
the
with the
weapon,
tone?
throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the button.
I guess this is the same man from MGS3. Who knows what Miller's had to put up with up until now. I don't eat them? Well, I forgot. You don't eat the grenades.
Tranquilizer gun can put enemies to sleep. The closer to the head you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them.
No tutorial for the empty mag?
That's right. Nicely done, boss.
I really like the atmosphere during that opening scene. Just the nighttime, rainy kind of mood. The rain pouring down outside. This little beachside cabin that they're all tucked into. Paz as Little Red Riding Hood. And then we'll see Coldman as the wolf later. Lobo's the name.
You're headed for is past that fence. A grenade should be able to take out that gate. Snake, don't you think you could use a little more practice?
No, I think I'm good. You have anything else to say if I go back? I can't remember.
That's it.
If I try and go all the way back.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base. Make your way east. I gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. Break into the mercenary business for real. Let me guess. You're doing it for her, aren't you? For her.
There's our first and only reference to Portable Ops, that we're leaving it behind.
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant. A place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, Kaz. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the Professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the professor.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. Stop using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa, where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A Quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Monsieur Miller! Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all... Many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Paz. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait!
Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
Right. Hey, it's just like Silent Hill 2.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
All right, our first mission. Let's do it.
This is a sneaking mission.
The bird represents Eddie. Yeah, we kill the boss at point blank range, shoot her in the head. Now Snake is trying to convince himself that maybe she's still out there somehow. As someone in the chat there mentioned that Sing, the track that plays recurringly in Peace Walker, that was originally a Sesame Street song. I didn't know that, but I always thought that the song had that quality about it. You know, it sounded like a children's song or something in a kids show. It really fits the game, I think, and especially the ending and just the whole idea of peace and the illusion of peace. You know, it's kind of like you know, makes you think of innocent children, the naivety of being a child, and the dreams of peace and all of that. It's very fitting. Yeah, it was written for Sesame Street. Damn, yeah, that's that makes sense. I really like how it's used in the first set of credits, especially. You know, it plays over the initial set of credits, and then you hear the static and it starts cutting, and it's like, oh, there's something kind of off kilter about this, and then it fades, and then you get this different theme, a much more somber, militaristic theme. And it's like the music alone is conveying the idea of the illusion of peace.
behind stuff. Take the long way around. Whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you.
Hold on a second here. Yeah, it probably is fairly common knowledge. I guess I just never looked into the song. Although I'm pretty sure I did look into the song before. Maybe I just forgot. Hold on. But yeah, it sounds like the kind of song you'd hear in a children's classroom.
The indicator in the upper right serves as a compass and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings. To press up against a wall, face it and hit the action button. From that position, you can press the L1 button to detect enemies. That also works while lying down.
I didn't mean to go back this way. Needs more fog. There's some pretty nice looking fog in this game. I really like the visuals in Peace Walker. Very colorful. Some of the forest areas are really nice. Some of the foggy areas. The nighttime variations that you get on some of the maps and the side ops are really, really cozy. It might not have the high fidelity of
percentage in the upper right
some of the previous games.
The lower the number, the more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage.
But stylistically, I think it looks pretty nice. Nice and colorful.
Looks like you're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
We get our credits scroll here. First time since MGS1 we've had credits scrolling like this in the gameplay. You know, when you're going through the warehouse at the start of MGS1, the dock, you have the credits playing. It's kind of a cool detail here as well with the credits. The speed at which the credits flow here depends on how fast you are making your way through the area. Like right there, we just got the first one. We haven't seen anyone since then. If you sprint straight through the level, you get to speed run the credits essentially. You barely get to even see the credits. Hey, see you later, Wexford. Take him out. Ooh.
Enemy attack.
Can I get him through the boards here? I can.
What the? We're being shot at.
What's wrong? We have a situation. Backup team. Head over and investigate.
Nice. Don't think I've ever seen that happen before on this first mission.
Yes, sir. We
Smooth.
acquired the whereabouts of target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge has cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
Freeze! The cargo, where's it headed? What is it?
Air suit! In the mountains!
What's up there? This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo Spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
There we go. Now we get introduced
How's
to
that
our
map,
base.
Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake.
Love these
the
radio
professor
themes.
said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Commandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the U.S. itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America is too close to spawning another Cuba or two already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test? Showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. It looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
That is David Hayter, unless you're talking about Kaz. He doesn't voice Kaz, but he's voicing Snake. Welcome to MSF's Mother Base. Mother Base can support your mission in many different ways, from developing new weapons to collecting intelligence. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. So we start off with our baby base here. Yeah, we can zoom out to see the space that we will be eventually occupying when we expand. We'll be covering this whole space with struts, although not in this playthrough. In this playthrough, it's going to be a small base forever. Until we switch files at the very, very end. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Love the music in Peace Walker. All the different ambient themes we get, the radio themes. As you grow Mother Base as well, you get different music, which aligns with the growth of MSF and the growth of your base. The music starts to become more and more ominous, more militaristic. Right now, it's just brooding under the surface, mysterious. Are we the baddies? Kinda has that kind of feel to it. Or is this, what exactly are we doing here? What are we building up to here? This all sounds a little bit ominous. Subtly dangerous. The music just fits so well. Would you like to view the staff assignment tutorial? Nah. Or maybe, just for the hell of it. Mother Base is divided into several teams, including the combat unit, the R&D team, the waiting room. You know, just in case you don't know how this works. By dividing your staff between teams and raising each team's level, you'll be able to develop new weapons and items over time. Or you can be lazy, select auto-assign, let the game do your job for you. Have you noticed that our logo is a skull? Yeah, it even has that. We'll learn all about that skull logo later. It's a recurring thing throughout the series. Kojima loves his skull emblem. It's always to symbolize a lack of identity. The context and meaning kind of slightly changes from game to game, or it has different, there's different emphasis. But the idea is that MSF is willing to take in anyone from any background. Doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, your skin color. We're all skulls underneath. We're all skeletons underneath. Here's Miller. Mother Base Deputy Commander. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. So Kaz is our money man behind the scenes. He's our capitalist, keeping our checks and balances. Alligator. Just so you know, the more praise I get, the better I do. I really love looking through the men that you have here. They all have a little blurb. They all have a little quote. Some of them are pretty funny. Sometimes they'll give you sometimes they'll give you little tutorials and hints. Little gameplay hints. Secret mechanics, things like that. Well, I've earned my check. Time for a nap. I got a wife and daughter back in my home country. Gotta work hard so they can eat. I like some of the artwork as well that we get. Shinkawa portraits. Guns kill people? Bro, sometimes guns are the only things that save lives. You're our greatest hope, boss. We won't let anybody take our hope from us. I may not be strong, but I'll fight till the end. A man's got to eat to live. If you forget to bring food along on a mission, you better be damn good. Before I became a mercenary, I was a doctor. Would you like to try this new drug I'm working on? No, I'm good, man. Lobster. Medic. Bobcat. If only we had a weapon that let us capture those enemy heavy weapons without hurting them. Maybe we could take them back to Mother Base and put them to use. And this is one of the ones that hints about the mechanic. Extracting enemy vehicles. Let's put our heads together and make Mother Base grow. This guy's a specialist gunsmith. Thanks for the Costa Rican coffee. Best I've ever tasted. Alright, we'll auto-assign these guys. Get our Mark 22. Let's stick Miller over in R&D for now. Give us the ability to develop smoke grenades. Nah, I don't need any tutorial here. Let's go develop our rank 2 Mark 22. Some smoke grenades. Any items we have to develop? An analyzer. Nah. Yeah, this is kind of cool as well. In some of the side ops, we won't be allowed to play as Snake. We'll have to play as other MSF soldiers, but the side ops will tie in little ways to the story. Like here, this follows up from our previous mission. Snake has knocked out a radio soldier in the supply facility in Puerto del Alba. Just what we saw in the last cutscene, right? Use Fulton Recovery to retrieve the radio soldier. Killing the radio soldier will result in instant mission failure. MSF soldiers only.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton Recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
So Snake is not allowed. Here we select our character. Let's send in Alligator. Wow. Wow. Miller, tell me about Fulton Recovery.
Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
Fine. Just pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah, I hope so.
Anything else we have here? Paz, you want to tell me about this place?
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
Okay, let's send in Alligator. Then we'll do a few more tapes. Get some more background information on what we're doing here. Well... There he is.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. You could probably climb that if you had someone to lend you a hand. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Head for the recovery zone. You did it! Keep it up!
Easy. When is the MGS Orchestra in London? I think I saw that, but I don't think the date aligned. I remember thinking that I had to miss it for some reason. Okay, let's go back to base. Check in. Sign this new guy. Mule. I'm your man. Give me an order. I'll get it done. I feel like you look a little different to how I saw you before. Pretty good R&D though. Let's stick you over there. Oh, 1st of November. Ooh, I might be able to go to that.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Okay. I really like that first little exchange with Paz. One thing I really like about Hater in this game is when he gets soft like that. Just that little, you know, the words of encouragement he had there for Paz, and you get the impression that he kind of wants to fight against his nature, but he just can't. You know, like, I hope I think your goals are admirable, and I hope they turn out to be right. But me, I am war. I've never been interested in peace. Never felt what it's like. All right, let's do a few of the files here. Paz really brings out the best in Snake. He wants to believe deep down. Peace is in your name. Okay, let's learn a bit more about Mother Base, shall we?
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease, and we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss? Remember why we created MSF Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest.
Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, it does look like the Arms Tech logo. I wasn't looking at it here. I'll show you what I was looking at.
What about you, Kaz?
That's what I was seeing.
Any interest in
and I thought that was the full thing. Yeah, you're right. I never paid attention to that either. Huh, cool. Do you see that on all the other cards? You do. Weird. Hold on a second. It isn't the exact same, but yeah, it's similar. Yeah, I can't imagine it is a nod to Arms Tech, because that wouldn't really make any sense. So it's probably in reference to another symbol that is just similar to the Arms Tech logo. Maybe in reference to the technology that's being referenced here, the Walkman, the tape. Was this a symbol that was on Sony tapes or something? Yeah, you're vindicated, Bald Steve, though I think it's still probably not supposed to be an Arms Tech logo. But yeah, it is very, very similar. I never thought about that.
Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces. Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
You're Googling like crazy now, Bald Steve. Yeah, maybe it is supposed to be the Arms Tech logo, and it's just a little cute little detail. Arms Tech developing the tapes here.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general, reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly. Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Colombia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF. I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries. Despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian Army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out. and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
All right, so there we get a bit of a backstory for how Miller met Snake. But do we want to see the extended version of how Miller met Snake? Will we go and watch some Peace and Kazuhira Blues, or listen to some Peace and Kazuhira Blues? Let me see if I can quickly find my Japanese version of Ground Zeroes. For those of you that don't know, after the release of Peace Walker, Kojima Productions worked on a radio drama which only released in Japan. We never got an English version of this, and it expanded on the story of Peace Walker. One thing that it expanded on was this story right here. It takes you back in time to when this actually took place. And it's pretty good. Can we listen to the English version of the bathhouse scene? We can. Yeah, we might not listen to it right now, but yeah, I'd be up for doing that later. And yeah, Bald Steve, just to follow up on what you were saying there. Yeah, the original MGS1 logo is different, but to be honest, this logo makes more sense as an Arms Tech logo, right? Because it looks more like a T rather than the cross that you had in MGS1. So this looks like an Arms Tech logo that makes more sense, I think. I'm just trying to remember if you ever see... Arms Tech is mentioned many times in MGS4, but I can't remember if you ever see the logo in MGS4. But yeah, interesting little detail for sure. Just give me a second here, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna do it. I found my Japanese Ground Zeroes. I could just Google this as well, but I guess we'll go for the authentic thing. Let me just go back out and save the game first. I'm going to switch over to my PS4. Just bear with me here. 1 second. Try not to panic. Hold on. Oh, this needs an update. It's quick, though. Okay, so, again, like I was saying, time for a little diversion here. We're going to switch over to the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes so we can listen to this radio drama, which is an extended version of how Miller met Snake. This was not included with the English version of Ground Zeroes because this never had an English version to begin with. They should have included it anyway. But yeah. Please fuck off and just let me play the game. I'm not connected to PSN. Yeah. So if we go here to tape archives, we see listen to recordings from Peace Walker. In the English version, you have Paz's diary as well, but underneath it, we have this, Peace and Kazuhira Blues. We have 5 chapters. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this if you've never heard it before. It's pretty cool. It's loads of little funny moments and weird little details in this too. If you're not used to hearing the Japanese VA, try not to panic. You'll get into the groove eventually. You'll get used to the voices and who's talking. Snake has a slightly gruffer voice than Miller, and I think you'll get used to it. Akio Otsuka playing Big Boss.
いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが。ああ、自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊は どうします、教官。ミラー教官。はあ、教官、二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。
待ってくれ、俺は。
あっちだ。言うことを聞け。
あんた、俺を大鳥に。
違う、急げ。走れ、こっちだ。
教官、そっちは。
ミラー教官。おい。仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。負傷者の抗争を急げ。互角兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。手が聞こえん。手が上がらない。大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。分かったから両手を見せろ。解釈を頼む。解釈？切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？マジェット。はい、ボス。悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあグレネードだ。ボス。安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。手を離せ。そうはいかん。ボス、待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。野戦病院、いやテントか。政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。帰れ。話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。帰れ。永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。何しに来た？尋問か？違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ。
日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前、回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく言いたい。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足、爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ？
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑。ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ、俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作。CIA の
Sounds like something Miller would do.
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅。お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。 イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴がな。だが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利かさもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてく
れ。何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろ
う。おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ、
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
Hey Dave, if you're still there, thanks for the raid as well.
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重。24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつも。
Food delivery, I'll be right back.
あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中を まるで無知で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従う奴がどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスコッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって。よく見ろ、人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ、裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ。
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか、まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ。ほら。
うん。これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。おりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で、次は
腕相撲。アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め。勝負ありボス。さすがですボス。
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め。
あれこれがいや待て、この先ぬるっとしたあらおかしいなこれ。
よし、
そこまで。
なんだそりゃ、月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ、
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう、しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う、そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバえあ、そんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ、
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
Oh my god, the speed! You can't do it that fast in MGS3, man.
もういい。
そうか。で？もう観念して俺の舞台に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか？
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ？柔道か？わんこそばか？
詳しいな。いや違う、射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を撃ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。
やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か？こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか？
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか？俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ？
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か？
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界にこうする。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか。こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか。
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか。
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか。
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。
来る。
くそ、俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことか。
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク離せ。
ミラー教官、すみません。
なんだと。
ミエルだ。ミエル、ミツバチ。お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを。
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か。
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか。
決断をしたってことだ。ああ、
はい、ボスです。
それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか。諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ。
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあ、だって。
どけ！
待て！
俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ！撃つぞ！
待て。
森を持っていきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか。
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス！気をつけて。
さあ、諦めろ。立て、来い。どうした、かかってこい。
くそ
ー、好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそ
いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ、先がブレてるぞ。
離せ。首が折れる。
さあ、俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあ、どうする。
分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも
俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと？
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ？
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境もなき軍隊。
ああ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくな、ボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
う。そうだ。あんた、女は何人くらいだ？ものにした女だ。
ああ。お前は？
これくらい、いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か。俺は。
スネーク。
気づいたか？囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
二人だ。連続4、9、
見事だ、スネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか？
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
There we go. Nice. It's always fun revisiting Peace and Kazuhira Blues. I hope you enjoyed that, especially if it was your first time hearing it. Obviously, loads of people don't even know that this exists. An extended version of How Miller Met Snake. The extended cut. The director's cut. And it's pretty extensive compared to the original tape that we had. Really cool. Just love all the sound design, and all the little gags are great. The survival viewer especially. When he's just speeding through the survival viewer like 10 times as fast as you can in MGS3. I guess he improved his skills over the years. But yeah, great VA. Hey, see you later, Sakurai. Take it easy. I had a bit of a food break there as well. I decided to order a McDonald's. I was feeling hungry. I had nothing to heat up in the fridge, so being lazy with my quarter pounder meals. All right. So shall we go back to the main game? Go back to Peace Walker? Let's do it. Let me just turn off my PS4 here, and I'll switch back over to PS3. And how are the fries? They were okay. Kind of standard McDonald's fries. I embrace. I was also thinking a little bit more about that ArmsTech logo. I have some thoughts. I'll talk about it when I go back. I have some thoughts on the ArmsTech logo. Let me just put up this splash screen. Just bear with me here. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, how did these get here? Who did this? Who put these here? What? Oh, what is this? Who did this?
Monsieur Miller!
We've still only done, I think, one main mission in the actual game. Let's see here. This guy. There we are. Okay. Back to mission selector. I want to take another look at this ArmsTech logo. So over here, we were just talking about it. Yeah, Bald Steve was highlighting the Arms Tech logo that we have on the tapes here. Yeah, I have a couple of ideas. You know, in MGS4, I think one way to frame the story of Peace Walker, or a good way to frame the story of Peace Walker, is that it is in a lot of ways a prequel to MGS4. In the world of MGS4, you have this SOP system, the Patriot system, and this world of constant warfare, where you have all these PMCs engaging in warfare around the globe, and an endless war. The Patriots' Outer Heaven. The Patriots' version of Outer Heaven. An endless war comprised of these private military corporations. And then in Peace Walker, we see the beginning of that age. We see the origins of that world. I think that's kind of one of the ideas that's at the core of Peace Walker. You know, Miller's dialogue at the very end of the game, how he's basically predicting the future of MGS4. He's this visionary, entrepreneurial, capitalist guy. He sees the money that can be made. You know, MSF's a business, a new kind of business. And he has all this dialogue where he's basically seeing what's coming, seeing the world of MGS4. And I think this symbol, it may in some ways tie into that, right? Because the Patriot in MGS4, the SOP system is an AT system. It's technically an Arms Tech developed system. Arms Tech is just a Patriot's proxy, more or less. So I think here it's kind of like, you know, maybe it could be designed to highlight Zero's influence, like Zero behind the scenes manipulating us. You know, if we're looking at Zero as a symbol of the Patriots and AT as a symbol of the Patriots, just symbolically, maybe that's what it's supposed to highlight, this kind of nefarious influence, you know, that's governing us in some way. Or it could just be to highlight Snake and MSF as essentially being AT in the past. You know, we are the arms company in this. We are the arms creators. AT create Metal Gear Rex in MGS1. We create our own Metal Gear in Peace Walker. We are the warmongers. We are the arms manufacturers. You know, we are the birth of the modern PMC in this game. And eventually that will lead to the proliferation of PMCs all over the globe in the world of MGS4. We're seeing the origins of that world here. So I'm just kind of babbling on here, but about what this symbol could mean in relation to Peace Walker. But yeah, maybe something along those lines. Highlighting MSF as being akin to the Patriots in some way. It's just kind of, yeah, it's interesting to see it here associated with our group, you know, because usually we're on the other side fighting against the group associated with AT, fighting against the Patriots. Combating that world, the Patriots' world of PMCs and MGS4, and now we are a part of that PMC world in this game. We're seeing the origin of it. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Anyway, I'd say it has to be an AT symbol. I was being reminded as well. The symbol does appear in MGS4 as well, and it is still the classic MGS1 symbol. It doesn't look like this. It has the cross. So maybe it isn't even supposed to be an AT symbol, and I'm just babbling here for no reason. Although I guess it's still kind of an interesting thing to talk about, how, you know, the relation between both games. But, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake.
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable, and I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people.
We already listened to this, but fuck it, we'll hear it again.
You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford
We'll get
to
a
let your
recap.
guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Paz can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
All right. Let's just jump straight in. I was going to do more tapes. Actually, we'll do our pre-brief. We've already done the pre-briefing tapes. Okay, we'll do some more after this. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed the rambling, Shifty. You haven't played Peace Walker in a long time. Definitely worth a replay when you get round to it. I still need to do another really big playthrough of Peace Walker. I think I've only ever done like one full playthrough of the game once, way back, like doing all the side ups and everything. DRK has done it so many times, but I'm not nearly as well versed with the game as he is overall, gameplay wise, and you know, when it comes to all of the side ops and gameplay content. What do I want to wear here?
Survival.
Give me a DPM. Yeah, I've been saying it for so long now. One of these days we'll do a big full playthrough with lots of co-op and what have you. It'll happen. I just have to be in the right mood for it. Mark 22, M16, grenades.
for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there.
Yeah!
You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
Love the comical animation you get when you smash them up against walls in this. We faulting them? Nah. Don't think we have any guards here. Nice fog.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
Can do a funny little thing here with the stun rod. Yeah, these guys are standing in water here. This is a powerful stun rod. No, 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 no. Where do you think you're going?
We're under attack. Going to alert status.
The other guy noticed.
Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
What's going on?
Look at these footprints. Curious. Let's switch our select button to codec calls.
HQ, come in.
This is Miller. HQ. Hearing you loud and clear. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu
That's
window.
what I just did, Miller. You get very short and sweet radio messages in this. Some of them can be pretty funny.
Dinosaur footprints? Nah, it must be some sort of large bird.
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have...
Foreshadowing the Monster Hunter missions later in the game.
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have... Head for the FSLN hideout, Snake.
Dinosaur footprints? Our future is in your hands.
You're doing great, Snake. Peace. Head for the FSLN hideout, Snake.
We're counting on you, boss. Our future is in your hands.
Snake, help us reclaim peace.
We're counting on you, boss.
What are those? They're monster footprints.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Specifically, I'm not sure. Are they Rathalos footprints? I'm not sure. Probably Rathalos? Classic Peace Walker guards. No vision whatsoever. Take you out. Oh, that was a nice shot. Oh, nice. Ah, I knew I was going to fuck it up eventually.
Someone attacking?
Good. Now meet with the FSLN Comandante. He's inside the boathouse.
Oh yeah, it probably is one of the smaller guys. When I think of the monsters in this game, I never think of those guys because they're the, you know, they're not the main targets.
Stay away! Don't touch me! Get away!
Guinness! Exe! No way. What do we do?
Sandinistas, right? I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh! He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
Okay.
too.
We can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security, more like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codesa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's? La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat? Mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade.
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there, but I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it! All right!
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
Corre!
steady. Steady, easy, easy does it. Easy now. Easy.
Son of a...
Hold on. We'll get it this time. We'll get it this time. We zoom a bit. Zoom with the D-pad. There we go. Easy. Easy now. Hold on. There. Now just steady it. Steady.
What the?
All right, this time. Hold on. I think the zooming in was just complicating things.
Son of a...
Like, I thought he had another line after that. Oh, I have to test it with this as well. It's probably just going to be the same dialogue.
What the?
The greatest soldier who ever lived.
What the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot.
No, he won't survive the fall.
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well repay. Over here! Fine, Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
All right, back to Mother Base. I love these menu themes. The brooding. It's bubbling up. All right. Back to Mother Base. We can create a disposable rocket launcher. The law. Compact and light, making it possible to carry several at once. A downside is its weak power. Smoke grenades can be created. M1911A1, rank 1. Alright. Who did we recruit? I should have bolted more guys there. Stick you on combat. Stick you on combat. Take a look at these guns. I was the arm wrestling champion of my hometown 2 years running, and runner-up the year before that, and champion the year before that. Okay. Who is the other guy I got here? I meant to look at their quotes before assigning them. Oh, I know, I put them both on combat. Oh, whatever, we don't need to read all of them. Let's see here. Hey, you've got an M1911A1. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Okay, next mission.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
Let's do a few more tapes here. That AT logo. Yeah, I guess as something that's analogous to the Patriots, or something that's supposed to symbolize the Patriots, it works as well with these being like tapes that we're recording. You know? Are we really recording private tapes? Is Zero gonna be hearing this? Don't feel too comfortable about recording stuff on Arms Tech tapes, I have to say. Coming from MGS4. Patriots branded cassette tapes. Who else is gonna be listening to this? Az's tape here. This is what we heard in that cutscene. I'll leave that there for... Usually I play that a bit later. Effective use of Fulton Recovery.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah. What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton Recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton Recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton Recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
Let's see what other tapes we have. Fundamentals of Stealth. Special items, the cardboard box, the Walkman. Well, we'll save those for later.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
Hey, how's it going? Chronic, Eugene? You just missed the big batch of tapes that we did. We did Peace and Kazuhira Blues, the exclusive Japanese tapes that give the extended backstory on how Miller met Snake for the first time.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me.
He's a real educator,
It stands for unilaterally controlled Latino assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow. You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Big Boss has never taken a photo in his life. What about the camera you can get in MGS3? You can take pictures in MGS3.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF. And I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima? The guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion?
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Yukio Mishima was a pretty wild guy, if you don't know anything about him. He set up his own PMC as well, which is probably partially why they're bringing him up here. He revolted against the Japanese government with his own PMC. He wanted to bring back the glory of imperial rule to Japan.
You were...
Okay, we do the box tapes. Anything else I want to do here? Cold War, situation in Central America. We'll leave those till later. We still need to do some tapes with Paz. What's his name? Yukio Mishima. Renowned novelist as well. As Kaz just mentioned, one of his famous novels, Temple of the Golden Pavilion. There's a pretty good film about him too. One of forgotten his first name. Schrader. Paul Schrader. One of Paul Schrader's great films is also about Yukio Mishima. He did a kind of, I wouldn't even really call it a biopic, but I guess it is kind of a biopic. It's called Mishima, A Life in 3 Chapters. And it's a very different kind of biopic. The film was banned in Japan. Yukio Mishima and the events surrounding his death were very, very controversial in Japan. The build up to it was broadcast on live television. He made this announcement before killing himself on live television. Paul Schrader, the writer of Taxi Driver, indeed, yeah. Some more random trivia for you. You know Tekken? The Mishima family in Tekken, Kazuya, Heihachi, that's based on Yukio Mishima. Kazuya's design specifically is modeled on Yukio Mishima.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold. Hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents?
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Zero, maybe that's part of the meta commentary behind MGS5's title, with the V in the title. Maybe it's supposed to be a bit of a fuck you in the title as well. With the V sign. Let's do the next mission, shall we? Pursue Amanda. Here come the boys.
Careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
Let me just take a look up here. Confidential doc. Hey, design specs for the stun grenade. I'll take it. I don't think I ever use stuns going through the story of this, but I'll take it. Look at these guys. They think they have me surrounded here.
An explosion? The enemy's attacking! Going to attack!
Oh!
Understood.
I knew I was going to pay the price for that. Fuck it, let's keep going. I don't usually get to hear the alert theme in this, so.
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles. Use the right stick to aim at your target.
Forgot you got the scream in this, too.
though. Don't make it easy for them.
I don't think they're looking, Miller. Well, that was fun. It's not the exact same as the MGS3 Scream, but yeah, the same type of Scream. I think that's what you meant. Well, we won't be Fultoning those guys. Let's take a look up here. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Oh, I do actually have the option to go back through this way. I always run back through that way. Let's just go back through here for the hell of it. Try and get an ass shot here. Peace Walker introduces ass shots. Actual ass shots, not fake ass shots like in the previous MGS games. Where the ass shot is really just the groin shot, where they share the same hitbox. In Peace Walker, there is a specific ass hitbox, but it has to be very precise. It's very small. You have to get them right in the asshole. Let's see. Let's wait for this guy to turn a bit and see if I can get him. I'm not really at the best angle here.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat.
Start talking.
You can still use a Fulton recovery on someone close to death.
Start talking.
Could this be fate again?
Start talking.
Looks like this is the end for me too.
Start talking.
And this sound effect, I think it's a reference to some old retro game, some old retro Konami game. Has this really old school sound. Bad humans, enlighten me. Fulton these guys. Kind of reminds me of the text sounds that play in the MSX version of Snatcher or something like that.
Hurry.
Almost makes me think of SD Snatcher, which we were playing recently. You know, when characters speak and you get those sorts of sounds while the text is being displayed. You know, the sounds, or the implication is that the sounds are the voice of the characters. And you get like the really high-pitched sounds for the women, and the lower sounds for the men.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
So I think that's kind of what they're doing here, you know, because we're supposed to be hearing their voices. This is what we're getting for their voices. Damn, I already knocked him out. Watch this.
You might be able to
Cypher!
get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
Why would I hang here, Miller? I can just pop this guy in the face here. It's very easy to miss that Cypher. I think I played this mission 100 times before I noticed it.
Start talking.
Ever hear the saying, knowledge is universal?
Start talking.
You can hang from suspension bridges.
Start
yeah.
talking.
I don't care what you do to me.
Start talking.
Reminds me of Snatcher. That's what I was saying. That's what I was just saying. The sounds that you get for characters' dialogue. The sounds that you get for the voices of the characters.
Start talking.
Just between us.
Start talking.
Don't forget water and metal both conduct.
Start talking.
Water and metal should make that weapon of yours more effective.
Start talking.
Oh! Hey!
What's going on? The enemy's here!
They spotted you. Get out of there. Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation. Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Hang in there!
He's back! Pretty cool how the regular backup can do that in this.
You've lost him.
Oh!
You've been spotted. Run for it. It's either that or take out every last enemy soldier. Good. You shook him. They're still looking, though. Don't make it easy for them.
Whoa.
They've called off the search, but security has definitely been touched.
Oh, you bitch.
They spotted you. Get out of there.
We're not going to be getting a good rank in this mission.
Eliminate all hostiles.
That's okay. It's fun to go guns blazing for a change.
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
Please, Snake, get out of there!
You've been spotted. Run for it. It's either that or take out every last enemy soldier.
Hide, Snake! Quick!
prisoner to Mother Base. Equip the Fulton recovery system. Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button.
Let's go for the old classic here. Oh, you son of a bitch. Wonder, can I get a stun rod on him before the alert triggers? Yeah.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
This is Patrol. Contact lost. Going to alert status.
Understood. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
This is Patrol. All clear.
Understood. Stay vigilant.
Tiger Stripe.
Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Snake?
All right, time for our first boss.
Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much. But it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
Okay, let's head back to Mother Base first. Check in on our R&D. Hey, Mata. How does Snake aim with the blind eye? Because he's big boss, I guess. That's the kind of shit you can do when you're a big boss. We're good. Let's see, who do we have here? Dugong. Gorilla, former prisoner. Boss, the R&D team is screwing around. They're playing with the cardboard boxes. What the hell is that? Chipmunk. Engineer, military soldier. Check out this tattoo. Each one of these stars stands for a battlefield I've slogged through. They're actually just stickers, but still. I am hyped. Let's do this. Giant panda. Damn, I'm not used to seeing this face often. I can never seem to balance work and pleasure, because whatever I'm working on turns into pleasure. That's not a bad problem to have. Kangaroo. Boss, let me deploy on extra ops. I can handle it. He kind of gives me Shia LaBeouf vibes. Shia LaBeouf. Just like a little bit. Otter. Boss, MSF is more than just you. Don't forget that. Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like this? Hold on. Otter, with those skills as well? You've only just arrived.
You're fired.
Get the fuck out of here. Now, I hope you were all watching that. Stay in line. Alright, let's assign them. Ba-da. Okay, let's do our next mission, shall we?
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-da-la-da-da-dum, ba-dum. These fucking menu themes. They really nail the militaristic feel with so many of these themes. The boss themes, particularly when we're dealing with like the major bosses later on. You get very unique themes before the Peace Walker fights at the end. Those themes are just like pure war. If war had a theme, that would be the theme. Okay. Smoke grenades. I think that's all I want. Smoke grenades and Mark 22. My balls. Miller, teach me some things here, will you?
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with the machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah. We'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
You hated this game at first, but Peace Walker grew on you. Yeah, it's a very different kind of game compared to the previous mainline MGS games. The whole structure of the thing is very different. The sort of the bite-sized missions, the vehicle bosses, the tapes, the comic book cutscenes. A very different experience. Obviously, a lot of it was due to the hardware. You know, they were designing around the limitations and the type of console that they were dealing with. They wanted you to be able to play it on the go, play a little mission here, listen to a tape there. They wanted it so you could play it in small chunks. We always say, you know, it might not be the best suited game for a stream like this, you know, where we're going through everything, every last tape. It might be a bit draining sometimes, but yeah, I really like Peace Walker. We weren't listening to tapes for all that long there, Hess Money. That was just like 1 or 2 tapes.
Neutralize the enemy troops.
We just finished a mission before that.
The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch, aim for the red fuel tank. That should stop it.
Better. I'm gonna try and do this stealthily if I can. We have this tank here, we have the escorts. We're gonna focus on taking out the escorts first, and then more escorts will spawn from the tank.
Recovery helicopter is complete.
Enemy spotted.
And when we take out every last escort, the commander will reveal himself, and then we can take him out.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
We'll get ready with another smoke grenade here. Any second now. More guys will be coming out the back door.
They're trying to find you. Make sure they don't.
Ooh, usually I'm a bit faster than that and it happens sooner, but... Oh god. He's gonna turn first? I'm scared. We want to avoid the turret. If the turret sees me, it'll be an alert. Ooh! Did it not catch all of them? Sloppy, sloppy. What? What? I'm not sure if I've ever seen that bug out like that.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What was that?
That should be the last guy, I think. Yeah, here's the captain.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Love how he has to move really slow here. Whoa. He's pretty defenseless here.
That's Recover him, and it's mission complete.
Amanda!
Shoot it!
She'll fall!
Shoot El Chico Libri!
Wait, what? You want me to put you out of your misery? Is that what you said? I think that's what she said. Okay.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libri! What are you aiming at? El Chico Libri!
Okay, maybe it's this thing that she wants me to aim at? Right.
I will take my own life before I sell out my copas under torture.
Oh, I feel bad. Cool optional scene you get here, though.
Amanda!
Chico.
What? What is it?
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua. Across the Rio San Juan. And we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew. Everyone except Chico. Everything we have, our weapons, our compass, he brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa! I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight La Revolucion.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico...
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
I don't remember the music being
in the
like that
mountains.
there. Kind of Middle
That's probably
Eastern.
where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compas, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
Hey! I'll take it. Enemy soldiers extracted. 9. Obtain design specs for the following weapon item. Tortilla chips, recipe rank 1. Nice. In the Japanese version, these are Doritos, by the way, if you didn't know. You can also get Mountain Dew. In the world of Metal Gear, it was MSF who created Doritos and Mountain Dew. There are even tapes about them as well. We read the transcripts for the tapes on stream before. Maybe we'll do that a bit later. Obtain design specs. Canned soft drinks. Yeah, there's the Mountain Dew. Versus Ops. We've unlocked a new stage.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Okay, back to base. We got the medical team, sick bay. And here is Amanda. New weapon has been developed, our stun grenades, nice. Okay, let's take a look at what we have here. I quite like that little scene with Amanda, where we really see Snake being framed as this savior figure. Maybe the first time in the chronology as well, we kind of see him being viewed like that, as the godlike big boss that he becomes later, the mythological figure. Amanda, what she calls him there, cacique. I remember looking this up before, kind of tying in with this. Cacique. A native Indian chief in areas dominated primarily by a Spanish culture, a local political boss in Spain and Latin America. That's right, yeah. She called him a cassette tape. The great cassette tape has finally come to lead us. Tribal chieftain of the Taino people, who are the indigenous inhabitants of the Bahamas, the northern Lesser Antilles. Cacique was initially translated as king or prince for the Spanish. I'm just doing some basic level Wikipedia stuff at the moment. In the colonial era, the conquistadors and the administrators who followed them used the word generically to refer to any leader or practically any indigenous group they encountered in the Western Hemisphere. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Alright, let's get back to the game. I don't need any more tutorials. Boss, he says Santa Claus is real. There's no such thing as Santa, is there? Boss, that magazine I lent you before the last mission. Can I have it? What? You left it out there? I hadn't finished reading it. I can tell that you're not in this because you like the smell of hot lead, am I right? Beetle, damn, look at the head on this guy. Check out this tattoo. Each one of these stars stands for a battlefield I've slogged through. Oh, we already read that one. Listen, I never actually hated you. Sounds like you hated me. Sounds like you're afraid that you think I know. You think I've found out what you've been saying about me behind my back. I think this guy needs to go. I think we need to fire this guy. I know what's going on here. He's heard people whispering. Maybe I'm just being paranoid here, but I think this guy needs to go. What else? What else could be going on here? This guy was talking shit about me. Other people heard him talking shit. They started talking. Everyone started talking. He thinks that word must have reached me. This is damage control. This guy could be the downfall of MSF. He has some skills, I guess. Nah, he needs to go.
You're fired.
Alright, the rest of you guys, you're good. Santa Claus guy, porn magazine guy, hot lead guy, fake tattoo guy. We got some real men here. Alright, assign. Twin barrel shotgun, Fulton recovery. Yeah, it's pretty sad. They have so much more character in this compared to Phantom Pain, and they're just here in a fucking menu. All we get in this game is a menu, a portrait, a little text box. But I have so much more fun just going through the menus and reading these than I do spending fucking half a year to fly back to Mother Base and walk around that lonely facility listening to fucking 50 versions of Sean Eyestone talk about Dee Dee's cute paw or whatever the fuck. Alright. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Granted, I think there's a lot of those conversations and bits of dialogue I just haven't heard because I never go back to base anyway, but yeah, maybe one of these days when I get round to my full Phantom Pain playthrough, we'll actually spend the time to walk around and hear every bit of dialogue on base. There are a few of them that are interesting. can take over in 10 minutes. Great, DRK.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's going to be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear ya. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
I think I'll just play some tapes and I'll leave this for DRK. I really do like the scene we get with Chico in the next mission. I kind of want to do it, but I'll leave it for DRK. We'll play some tapes. Well. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Paz, you want to tell me some more stuff about Costa Rica, Paz?
A new president was elected this year, President Otaber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school, but Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there.
We do some silly tapes before I sign off. Yeah, let's do the box.
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with the box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to Co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do. Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss. Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go.
Caveman.
You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak. and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Walkman. What else do I want to do here? DRK, are you almost ready yet? Let me look over. Yeah, he's ready. Guys, you know the drill. I'm gonna send this save over to DRK, and he'll be picking up where we left off here. Let me go back, save the game, and I'll hand it over. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. One more just to make sure. Oh, let me go get this file. PS3. Peace Walker. This guy, 2 hours 57. There we go. You can just look at Kaz for a second.
Monsieur Miller! Monsieur Miller! Monsieur Miller!
I think I know what I need to do next time when I'm sending over the save. Do this. Scroll through the Kaz pictures, but also play some sexy background music. That's what I'm going to do next time. Damn, that's a good one. That could be a promotional image for the game. That could be a poster. That could be an official promotional poster.
Monsieur Miller!
No one wants to look at you, Paz.
Bisexual.
With the broken glasses.
Bisexual.
I don't think I have anything else to look at here, really. Oh yeah, we have the sauna thing. We'll have to play that later. Bad Humans requested that we play the homemade English version that Hater and Atkin Downs recorded. Don't think we've ever played that on stream before. Maybe we have. Anyway, DRK is ready. Let me just check my chat one more time. Okay, I think we're good. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. DRK is going to be taking over. He'll be up in a few seconds. And I'll see you tomorrow with another day of Metal Gear. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be right back. See you tomorrow. Take it easy.